Greetings and salutations. I am Bajongles, and if you enjoy my content, consider following me over on Twitch at twitch.tv/Bajongles1, where I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday at noon Pacific Standard Time. You could also, if you'd be so kind, check out my Bluesky and Tumblr, both at BigBoyArt1, username Bajongles. Also, if you wanted to check my VODs out, consider liking and subscribing here on YouTube. Oh, it would be much appreciated. And with that, back to your regularly scheduled program. Hello, everybody. I am here once again. How is everybody? I am personally doing pretty good. I had some coffee, maybe a bit more than I normally do. Which means the stimulants are going to my beautiful neurodivergent brain, and now I can, like, function. I'm I'm a bit tired, but I can function, which is very good. I'll need to function because today, my beautiful viewers, we will be doing more clown, concept art. Also, don't mind if you hear, like, snapping noises. That's me trying to remember a word. That's me trying to remember words in the only language I speak. Now let me start the Outer Wilds music. Hello, how is everybody? I'm popping joints before I get to stuff. Well, before I start anything, I have some things I want to talk about. So, I'm trying to figure it out still because I'm new to all this. But soon, I'm gonna try and do some streams with friends. Fun fact, caffeine works in a similar way. Oh, neat. I just knew that it affected my brain in a similar but smaller way to, like, what I take is methylphenidate, which is Ritalin. It's the non-brand name for Ritalin. Uh, so caffeine works for my brain in a similar way to that. Also, hi Gremlin, it's really nice to see you. I'm glad to hear that it helps people recover from amphetamines. Uh, but yeah, no, I have some plans. Well, I don't think I've heard of that one. Let me look that up real quick. Nice. So Dexam. I didn't want to do semicolon. That's not a. Well, I guess it's a letter, but it's not. I used to treat attention deficit ADHD in adults and children 6 years and older. The medicine also used to treat moderate and severe binge eating disorder. Oh, neat. Belongs to a group of medicines called central nervous system stimulants. Yeah, because generally I'm I'm able to function without meds. I'm currently not taking meds because they're expensive and I don't like Walgreens as a company. Like, in the slightest. Don't mind that noise. Uh, but like, I take some lower dosage meds when I do take meds because I can technically function without them. It just means that if you're in any form of amphetamine and you drink caffeine, it will lessen the effects of the amphetamine. Oh, I didn't know that. One of my friends takes Adderall, so I'll let them know that. As far as I remember, Adderall is an amphetamine. And speaking of friends, I keep or not keep. I'm making plans. I'm trying to set stuff up like technology wise. And soon, if things go right, I'll have some friends on stream soon. Like on Sunday, Engineer and I are planning to have them on stream to sort of talk about the game because they're a part of the game project, and also because I've been like trying out their Doom WAD, and the next level should be, if all things go well, um, done by then. And next week, Thursday, if things go right and technology happens the way that it's supposed to, I'll also be streaming with another friend who I drew the tuber model for. Not like the super cool complex project, just like a much simpler one that was made mostly for the funny at first, and then sort of spiraled into like a genuine thing. I'm very happy about. Yeah, and with oh yeah, and as I transition to art time, there we go. Today I'm gonna be doing more concept art, as everything is has been said. And this concept art, I'm gonna try and focus on like character concept art today because MacGuffin, uh like the other person that's helping with music, like asked about like, hey, what are some bosses? And I sent them this guy because he's meant to be like this is the initial design for like the final boss. And so I gave some explanation. I like described them and such. I can't. Stuck on YouTube short. God, YouTube Shorts. Oh, it's like it. Oh God, yeah. YouTube updated something so that like on my phone, YouTube Shorts work on like that little picture, like in picture mode. So like even if I leave YouTube like altogether to try and stop watching YouTube Shorts, they follow me. They follow me, and it's one more like press out of YouTube Shorts. And due to them being a uh due to them being a prescription, if I pay more than circa $320 in a year for prescribed medicines, they're free out the year. Uh, and one time I still just pay a little over $50 per time I go and get medication. God. On one hand, that's a fair amount of money. On the other hand, diabetics have to pay like $500 for insulin at the moment. I feel like one of my favorite Warhammer adjacent YouTubers, Pancreas No Work, is probably has plans to kill some people. I'm gonna be real. I'm really concerned about that guy. Because like he has type 1 diabetes and fucking needs that insulin. Hold on, I hear a knocking on my door. All right, sorry about that. I have breakfast now. Well, lunch. I had breakfast. I got the meal wrong. 80s TA get like a $70 stipend from the government each. Oh, lucky. Looking lucky. All things considered, like compared to other places in the US, my insurance isn't terrible. And so like they pay for like almost half of my therapy appointment costs. The evils of socialism. Yeah, even though socialism is just libraries and other public services, like that's the structure, and we've seen that it works because those things work, and we know this. Why can't we just extend that kind of thing to more stuff that should be services? I don't know, like healthcare maybe? I don't know, that would be great. You know, so like my insurance pays almost half of my therapy costs, so I only have to pay like $60 each time. I end up paying 100 because it's easier for me to get $100 bills than like a couple extra smaller denomination bills. Oh, true. True, yeah. So like at the end of the day, my my therapy is only like $60 a month, which is still a bit of money. That's still a fair bit of money. And like at this point, because of stuff happening, that is coming out of my personal savings. So rip on that front, but like it was worth it. My therapist is amazing. I've had the same therapist since like middle school. He does wonders. Hmm. Pardon me that I'm not drawing. I'm currently eating. And just have and just have this little guy on screen. I love this little dude so much. I love him so much. But does he do Wonderwall? I don't know, probably. My next therapy appointment is on April Fool's Day, which is really funny. Like I'm sure not. God, imagine I go in and he's like, "You suck. Everything you thought about yourself is real. You should feel bad." April Fools. Like that. I don't know. That would be pretty funny. Hmm. I have burritos. Hmm. Having a lot of my family come from like close to like the Mexican border, plus being on the Pacific Northwest, which has a lot of different Asian immigrants. I mean, it means that I get to have some of the best fucking food, dude. Like some of the absolute best fucking food. Like there's this like local family run Thai place, like within walking distance of my house. That shit's some of the best food I've ever fucking had. On April Fools, you walk in with a smart turtleneck sweater, a pair of glasses, and a notepad, and ask him, "So, tell me about your child." You have him sit down on like that one therapist couch. So, how does this make you feel? This is something that applies to therapy, but I learned it from like a wilderness first aid and emergency response class that I had to take for my college degree. Fun fact: I'm Red Cross certified for CPR, uh, which is very cool. Uh, it's very cool. It's a very good certificate to get, and I only have to renew it like I'll have to renew it probably like next year, I think. Look, still, it's super sick. Anyways, something I learned from the instructor for that uh is the phrase the patient has to be a part of their own rescue. And that really applies to like I mean really anything, but especially therapy. Like the person going to therapy has to want that and has to be a part of the process because otherwise like you won't be able to help. Like help won't really reach them. And I guess that phrase can sort of apply to like a lot of different. Oh, I was expecting spice, but I wasn't expect to like not feel it and then like it slowly creep up on me like that. Oh, oh, that's good. The kind of spice I like, and I like a fair bit of spice, is like that mouth spice. Where it hurts your mouth. So like what the burritos I'm eating now are that sort of like throat and like and like stomach spice where you don't feel it in your mouth, but then it creeps up on you when it's already inside. And that's not my favorite. Everything tastes great though. There's chicken and rice and some cheese and some chilies. Very good. Mm. Okay, that wasn't spicy. That was just hot. Oh. Mm. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's zoom in on this little guy a little bit more. Just sort of have him be super zoomed in like this. Yeah, there we are. There he is. Something I wanted to focus on with this dude's design is to not fall into like any specific stereotype because that could be a bit rough. I'm trying to eat everything on this so I can have my drawing tablet be in a place where I can draw. All right, there we go, Pod. Okay, so the thing with this dude's design is that I want him to still fit in the aesthetic, but I'm gonna need to build everything. Ooh, 400 grams of minced pork. That was going to be past sell by date. Ooh, 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 sick. Yeah, congrats on the taco, mate. Let me look him up, bro. I love that I love that when I looked Rincewind up just to be like, all right, I know they're from Discworld, but I didn't know what they looked like, and now I know what they look like, and you're pretty right. I also love that the top thing I got is a Reddit post going some appreciation for sorcery and Rincewind from trans perspective. Honestly, based. I don't know what that means yet in terms of Discworld, but like I don't know, based. You know, so like I want him to still fit in like the art style of the game, but I want him to stand out as like, you know, everyone else is super flashy and colorful and like high energy because it's a performance. Right? Everything else is a performance and this dude's just here. This dude's here, he's tired, he wants to go home, but he has a job and his rent just like went really high on his house. So he really needs the money, so he can't, but he really doesn't want to be here. And like he's still in his pajamas. He didn't even get dressed for this. Like he maybe just put his shoes on and like just like left. Yeah, that's a if I'm remembering grams right, or yeah, if I'm remembering kilograms right, that's a pretty good amount of meat. That's pretty good. And I'm assuming that that this is all for one person, but I shouldn't assume that. That's still like a not a small amount. He's a professor of dangerous geography. Now that's pretty. Yeah, so I was remembering roughly right. Yeah, that's not a bad amount of meat. That's pretty good. Like I don't remember like exact conversion rate, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what like 1.6 kilograms is in pounds. But I can see in my head how much it is by itself, right? So like I know the measurements. It's meal prep and meant to preserve the meat before it goes bad. Yeah. Oh, chili and spice. Ooh. I'm excited for you. That sounds good. Okay, let's say you're making like two or three tacos, right? That would total, if I'm measuring right in my brain, would like be maybe a sixth, maybe like perhaps like a sixth or at most like a third of each like pack of meat. So that could get you like a lot of meals. That could get that's a lot of meals that you already have stuff for. And like you don't even have to use it for just tacos, right? That's in all intents and purposes, that's just like spiced ground meat. That could be used for like anything. Like you could use that meat for like I think I remember you saying you don't like pot roast too much, so maybe not a pot roast, but like you could use it for something like that. You could add it to like a stew. Ah, yeah, of course, like molding in a way that you don't like, because the right mold makes a really good cheese. Like you could also use that meat for like a stew. It already has the spices in it. You could make some sort of like sloppy Joe style sandwiches. You could use it for, just a lot of things. You could have it on rice or mashed potatoes or don't mind me talking about food like that. I'm hungry even though I'm currently eating. So I'm like, this sounds pretty good. We have a lot of rice in this house right now that I should probably like use some of because it goes with like anything. I learned about like a savory, like a recipe, a specific recipe for like a savory sort of like rice porridge type thing that I rather like. It's a bit not a bit intensive. It just takes a bit of time and a bunch of ingredients to like fully make. So I kind of save it for more special occasions. Like that, it's good. I could use the rice for that. I actually find when I've opened the block of cheese, it keeps yeah, because there's more airflow. Hold on, my Twitch crashed on my phone. That's very silly. That's how I was looking at chat. There we go. That's all because of the airflow. Typically, when things are muggy or mold likes to stick around. God. The way that the US builds homes is not suited for this environment because our weather is very dynamic. Like a third of the year, or like a bit more than a third, is like really wet, and then suddenly it gets hot and muggy. In Norway, we have a Christmas tradition to eat rice porridge at Christmas with a piece of butter put on it. Ooh, that's so good. I sometimes have something similar, but it's not like a special tradition. It's just like a breakfast food because it's so good. It's mwah, premium. That reminds me. I saw something earlier today from Lost in the Pond. It was like this British American dude. Uh, talking about like the difference between British and American biscuits, and can I just say, just call them fucking cookies, man. Because like our biscuits are good. Right? Right? Our biscuits are amazing. And he's like, oh, you can't put like jam and stuff on them. I was like, yeah, you can. You can have sweet biscuits. A lot of people have biscuits with breakfast, right? It's all it is just really fluffy. It's a really fluffy like pastry, basically, but like without a lot of the sweet packed in already. So you could make it like sweet or savory or like any other flavor you want. They're very good. I want to have biscuits again. I haven't had them in a bit. Having like some sorry, I'm having trouble speaking because my brain is being funky. Man, having like some of that porridge and then having some biscuits would be nice. Means like I could like I could tear them a bunch, or I could tear them a bit and dip some of that biscuit into like that savory porridge, and then like so good. Oh, I'm making my mouth water. We usually use milk in the porridge, and most of the cooking takes place in a oh, so it just stays in bed all day. So you put a shelled almond in the porridge. Ooh, mm. Oh, you're making my mouth water. I love almonds. That sounds perfect. That sounds like a perfect time. The person who finds the almond gets a prize. Oh, have you heard about the angel food cake? There's a similar but weirder tradition where like you have this cake, the baker hides like a little baby Jesus inside, and then whoever finds it gets a gets a prize. Like whoever gets the piece with it, like gets something. I find it very funny. I've only ever gotten that that little baby Jesus once. You're not meant to eat the almond. You're supposed to oh it to prove you're fat. Ah, okay, fair enough. I'm a big fan of almonds. I'll have to fact check this, but I heard that they're pretty closely or close-ish related to apples, uh, which is why which is why you can get cyanide from apple seeds, and why cyanide smells like almonds. God, the angel food cake with the baby Jesus is so funny. From my experience, it's like mostly a oh, what's in it? Hold on, I'm looking at it. Oh, no. Oh, I would love that. If I'm getting the if I'm getting the right image. Let me open image in new tab and see. I'm gonna show the one that the image with the flags in it because the image is very nice. Scrolling. I need to clear up my screenshots again. That looks so good. Is it cake made of baked rings of almond? Oh, 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 that sounds so good. Yeah, I love almonds. Like, especially when they're in like some sort of sweet. Like, like one of my favorite candies is almond joy because it has coconut and almonds, and I also love coconut. It's like chocolate and coconut and almonds. Very good, so good. Peak combination, honestly. One thing I learned recently that you can make into a savory dish are Dutch babies. I thought they were exclusively like a sweet dish. They're so good. I'm guessing because of America's history of naming things for places that they're not from. It would be very funny if they weren't like from the Netherlands. Me get a screenshot for them. These have a particularly let's see. It's about a 50-50 almond flour and finely ground sugar about down through the egg white. Oh, that sounds so good. You know, these things, the Dutch baby holds a special place in my heart because I would when I was a kid, uh and uh and my mom and I lived with my grandma. Uh like my grandma and I would like bake these all the time, and I would be like her little helper, like helping prepare the ingredients and whisking and like um uh shredding, like grinding the nutmeg to put in. They're very good, and they're also very special to me. Because when you bake this the because it's thin, like the sides end up being like this really this really crispy crust. It's so good. So unbelievably good. I highly recommend them. But you know, I learned recently, and by recently I mean within this past 12 months, that you could make them savory. You could have like meats and like egg and like all these sorts of things inside of it because it's basically a fancy bread bowl that you could put anything into. And my eyes were opened. It's like instead of Plato's cave, it was Plato's Dutch baby, and I realized I was inside of a baking pot. I love baking, and I should do it more. I also really like baking bread. Yeah, Plato's bakery. And did I talk about it last stream where I saw like this gay bodybuilder talking about how like somebody said that Plato only did philosophy to impress the pretty men of Athens, and like that's why this dude is in the gym to impress all the pretty boys in the gym. That's right. I'm saying Plato's bakery brought all the Athenians to the yard. Why I specify the pretty men of Athens is because as far as I know, I don't think that Plato got um freaky with underage boys as was the custom. More like Plato's big naturals. True. True. They called him broad for a reason. I forget was Diogenes the the homeless guy? You know, the one that told I think Alexander the Great, or was it like a Roman Empire emperor? I think it might have been Caligula. Like get out of my sun. Like get out of the way of the sunlight. God, God, the get out of my sun reminds me of this bit I heard from the history on him, and that's on topics of interest. True, true. It's because he was broad. He he had the he could rival Gandalf with his big naturals. Zoro still has him beat though. Zoro One Piece still has Plato beat on the big titty the big titty contest. These burritos have a bit of like a crispy cheese crust on top, and it makes them very satisfying. Oh, it was Alexander the Great? Okay. Can I just say I hate that man so much, like so unbelievably much. When he went to like when he went all the way from like when he went all the way from like Anatolia to like all the way to I think what is modern Pakistan, he would burn anywhere to the ground that did not submit to him, and the ecosystems are still fucked. Like they were always arid regions, right? Like they were always arid, but the reason that they're so arid today is because Alexander the fucking Great. Alexander the Great and his consequences have been a disaster. And like we're trying to bring it back with like I think specifically Oregon juniper. Because they have like massively deep tap roots and that can help like secure the ground more, which might help that ecosystem. However, it doesn't appear to be working. This plant that's so aggressive that even though it's native is considered invasive here is failing to grow. Where Alexander the Great burned everything and salted the earth. You know, if I were not Alexander the Great, I would like to be Diogenes. Diogenes. If I were not Diogenes, I would like to be Diogenes. True. He was the modern he was the ancient Greek equivalent of a live streamer. And people were like, "You're pretty funny. I want to be like you." And he's just like, "Bah, get the fuck out of my sunlight. Get the fuck out of my sunlight. I want nothing. I find this big ass barrel I'm in to be decadent. Get the fuck out of my sight. Alexander the Great, I hate you for blocking out my sunlight." Like honestly based, Alexander the Great fucking sucked. He sucked, and all the people that idolize him suck or don't know what actually went down. That reminds me of another historical figure I don't like too much. One, Leopold III of Belgium, I believe. Yeah, Belgium. Uh, is like the person in all of human history that I hate the most because of what he did in the Congo. Right? He was like an evil, horrible, awful human being. Behold, Plato's man. True. Listen, making Plato look stupid is honestly the most admirable of goals. By Plato's definition, if you glued on feathers, if you like tar and feathered a person, they'd no longer be a man. Because they'd suddenly be a feathered biped. Mm. One thing I'm glad I do is remember to drink water. Because sometimes I can get like so far into my own head that I forget to take care of myself for an entire fucking day. Behold, Plato's man. Local famous homeless man beats the shit out of a local wrestler with facts and logic. Holds up, kangaroo. Hey now. Hey now, kangaroos are tripods. They are tripeds. They use their tail as a third limb. Behold, Plato's man. Man, I can't believe that the T-Rex is Plato's man. Most likely. Most likely because of the size, the T-Rex probably didn't have feathers. Well, like, that's not because Tyrannosaurids didn't have feathers in general. Like, a lot of them did, including T-Rex's contemporaries. But, like, I don't think Tyrannosaurus Rex proper had feathers. Although it might have had quills, which count. It might have had like small quills on its back, which do count as feathers. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Also, Plato would have an aneurysm if he saw a pangolin. I, I guess that's a man. Behold. Sorry for the clacking noises. My desk is small and my plate is large. Alright, if you will excuse me, I will draw the BRB, as is customary. Also, don't mind the color. I'm working on updating my personal PNG tuber. And so I'm doing like a bunch of little sketch things of like this is this little thing and this is that little thing. And I'm using a bunch of different colors and the magenta is one of them. Well, hold on, I need to actually write BRB. I'm an idiot. Let's see, BRB. There we go. Okay, I'll return shortly. I need to put my dishes away and in the sink. Alright, I am back. My house is small, so I could just like walk over to my kitchen uh really fast. I don't think that was even like 5 minutes. Holds up a penguin giant ground sloth hopping my spring heron iguanodon and a Pachycephalosaurus. Behold, Plato's race of men. You fool! You fool! You've given Plato an army. What what have you done? Fun fact: Iguanodon was probably, as far as I know, was probably like mostly quadrupedal. It seems like based on like body mechanics that have been studied. Like I think that's the current like scientific consensus is that Iguanodon was mostly quadrupedal. Now, if we're talking Platysaurus or Platyosaurs, like the very early sauropods, then they were mostly bipedal. Now I'm imagining Plato flexing while he's riding like a plateosaurus. Like what are those like massive fuckers? Or like even funnier, he's riding a Postosuchus. That T-Rex ass motherfucking gator. Alright, now we're getting to actual art because I have no more food. Food is no more, I've erased it all from the world. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge with the layer below. I'm going to merge with layer below. All the wrong order. Merge with layer below. Merge with layer below. Because I have to merge things in the right order or else they will get funky. I have learned this, wizard. There we go, there's the entire wizard layer. Boss, not boos. Boss 1. Sketch. There we go, we are golden. A platypus stands up and puts a... Bury the platonic man! Lovely. Oh, my cat is yelling. Hi, I have no food for you. This cat is 19 years old, I believe, as of now. Hi, you're so rowdy. It's really nice to see you so energetic. How are you? Her being energetic is not a new, like, sudden thing that's happened. It's just nice to see her energetic at, like, a geriatric age, you know? It's very nice to see that she's still really active even though she's, like, old. She, like, still plays, which is very good to see. I like that you still play. Mm-hmm. You know, people say platonic ideals and the platonic man, but like platonic love is not exactly the same, right? Like it means something different. It's not like I love in the way that Plato loves. And by that I mean exclusively other buff Athenian men. I don't quite know if that's true. I feel like he must have had like more diverse taste, as a philosopher, right? But like it's funny to imagine he only loved other buff Athenian men whom he wrestled with constantly oiled up. Right? Like this isn't even a comedy bit. Like genuinely, I feel like he must have had more of a diverse taste. But like I don't know, he was always talking about how he wanted Athens to be more like Sparta. He was like he was like Athens must be more like Sparta. He kind of had a yeah, he probably did. He it does seem like he liked muscle dad. Like he liked very rare for Athens. He preferred buff, strong adult men. Of course, he was also romanticizing Sparta, which Sparta was really shitty. Sparta sucked a lot. I find owning slaves is bad, and that the people that do that are bad, including the Spartans. I don't care how gay they were for each other. Hey, you wanna?
No? Okay. Love you, Gracie.
I mean, yeah, what better reason to get big and buff to the point where your nickname is Broad, if not to be able to wrestle oiled up with other big buff men? Ah, yes, the Sparta that shaved women and put them in boys' clothes before showing them in show, the dark room with their husbands to consummate the marriage on a wedding night. God, like most Greeks at the time, much like most actual humans, were some variety of bisexual, like on a sort of spectrum, right? Between they were somewhere between liking the same gender and liking the opposite gender to some extent, right? The Spartans, though, the Spartans only liked men, like as far as I can tell. Like that may have been more of like a societal norm rather than a truth to it necessarily, but like still. Yeah, at some point it's just any hole's a goal, true. Like of course there are plenty of exceptions of like people who exclude like somebody who there are people that I've met, right? That like exclusively not just like attracted to women, right? Like a woman only just attracted to women or a man exclusively attracted to men. Because that happens all the time, obviously. But like somebody who doesn't even want to be around people of like the opposite gender, right? I'm not even talking about opposite sex, right? Because they were trans inclusive. And I feel like that sort of energy of like don't even like women, don't even want women to be near them is what the Spartans had, like in fucking spades. Like that sort of mindset is a lot rarer, but I do think that the Spartans had it. Also, Spartans' homoerotic tendencies would have been mainly impacted by the way they separate the genders from each other at a certain age. After puberty, mostly be you'd mostly not see women until your marriage. Not true. Yeah, that is true. I feel like if somebody like replicated Sparta's like form of governance and like societal structure today, it would fully be considered like a fascist state. I fully believe that. A lot of kissing your homies goodnight too. Yeah, I think they were doing a lot more than kissing their homies goodnight. Okay, so I want for this game now that I formulated ideas while we were talking about queer Greeks is I want there to be and I'm only drawing the circles because it helps me visualize. Like I think I want it to just be like 8 or like maybe 9 bosses. You know, like 8 bosses for the performance and then this guy and then this guy right here.
There he is. That guy.
I like him. No, Sparta would be considered a full-on slave state. I mean, yeah. Run on the slavery of the native Hellenic, not Hellenic. Hellenic people. Spartans were originally from Crete. Really? I forgot that they were from Crete. I mean, yeah, supposedly descended from Heracles. I think a lot of different groups of people wanted to say that they were descendant of Heracles. Right, like it's just that sort of thing of like I am descended from the gods, thus my rule is right and just and holy. Like sort of mentality goes all the way back throughout like all of human history as long as like gods have existed. Which gods haven't always existed, right? Because like most faiths sort of come from more animist style traditions of like a bunch of spirits for a bunch of different things, and then some become more and more popular, and then that's sort of how you get deities. Like the at least that's the common like consensus right now of how it works. Sociology and archaeology are still growing and developing fields, so I can't make assumptions of like how things actually are. That's just common consensus is that's how it works. Oh. Yeah, no, who did Athens say that they were like descended from? Like obviously Athens is like Athena, right? Like that's sort of the name, but like did they say that they were descended of any like particular demigod? I don't know why I'm putting so much detail on this like smiling face, but I just want to show I'm that excited about this little like sad tired wizard. Oh. I knew about Rome claiming history from Ares, or technically Mars, in like their name for him. Like I knew that, but I didn't know about the first one. And correct my pronunciation if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it would be pronounced like Aeneid. Like that's my thought on it, but yeah, no. I didn't know that. But like I was watching I forget his name. I forget his name, but he's that artist that got really popular by doing ink monsters. Like creatures from like ink splats. And he was talking in a video about like one of his ancestors that like claimed like was yet another king that claimed, or like king after king after king claiming legitimacy from a previous king, and then going back far enough it's like you know claiming legitimacy from being a descendant of like the gods basically. So like that idea goes back like forever of like the gods claim that I'm right and you're wrong and you're stinky poo-poo man. And I hate you and I will kick you from this land because I am right. But like basically the whole point of that video is that like doing that erases a lot of like genuine interesting history of like where you actually came from. Correct. Also, the last king of Athens claimed descent from Poseidon. Ah, okay. Which makes sense as Athens' power was dominating the seas. Oh yeah, they were a naval power. Yeah, I kind of forgot that they were a naval power for some reason. Like that's like their major thing. Besides like, the birthplace of democracy and all of that. Which like democracy, good. I'm not gonna go like all of that, but it feels like the Athens being the birthplace of democracy is more of like a modern mythology rather than like objective truth. And the city supposedly had Athena and Poseidon fighting over being the patron god of the city. Ah, right, I remember hearing about that. They were a naval, right? Yeah, yeah, they were a naval empire. I watched like a overly sarcastic productions video on Greece. One of many because on the channel Blue loves him some Mediterranean history. That man is a Venetian simp. Like he fucking if you can simp for a city, like he fucking simps for Venice. Which like understandable. Venice in terms of like city planning is really fascinating. Right? Like the way that they use complex like well and gutter systems to get drinkable water from like the rain, and like filtration systems is super fascinating. That's super cool, right? But like it's and like the way that they build on top of like the salty marshland is super cool. But like it's a city, right? And like that man absolutely fucking loves Venice. If I'm remembering the name of the city, if I'm remembering the name of the city right, uh, um, the one that modern Mexico City. I just saw the meme. Ah, you just saw it. I love that so much. One of my friends gave me that idea. Gave me that idea because we were watching King of the Hill. That was like a live screenshot of the episode. It's so good. Yes, the bite of the hill. Where's my? There it is. I'm left-handed. You'd think I would store my stylus on the left more often, but I end up putting it on the right. And I end up having to find stuff because I'm an idiot. I just saw your response. Oh, on Blue Sky. On Blue Sky, one of my friends replied with the same thing. It's very funny. Was that the bite of the hill? It's so good. It's such a good meme. Like I am so proud of it. Yeah, I put my stylus behind my big ass water bottle. And so I couldn't find it until I like leaned. It's like I have everything on the right and like basically nothing on the left so I can keep my arm clear for drawing. You know, I want like 8 or 9 bosses, 8 of them being for the performance, and one being this guy. This guy that I enjoy dearly. Actually, let me get glasses because I have thick ass glasses. I have an astigmatism in my right eye, so my right lens is like a 1/4 inch thick. I'm not gonna draw hair on that. That's too much effort. Is that the bite of the grassy knoll of 83? Yo, hey engineer. Yo, how's it going? It's nice to see you. Alright, but yeah, no, I want like 8 or 9 bosses, having these be circus ones, and having this be this guy. This guy right here that I'm pointing and pogging towards. And what I want to do with this amazing, sad little wizard man right here, is I want to have it so that he starts showing up halfway through the game. Right, he starts showing up like halfway through. Uh, when like you like end up backstage, and then you go and find him at like a concession stand where he's like halfway inside of a popcorn machine, like legs sticking out of it. Very funny scene. And then he sees you and goes, "I do not want to deal with you. Go to fucking hell." And then he's like sends you to space, like space clown hell. He sends you to clown hell. Hell, if you will. And then you have to like do funny, like wacky platforming stuff to get out of hell and back to like your quest of finishing the performance. And then you find him again, like, ah, go fucking die, go into Mind Palace. And then like you get trapped in your own mind for a bit, and then you escape, and then at the very end of the game, at the very end of the game, you have to actually get to him, and it's like this very big, aka corporate America. Yeah, yeah, basically. God, corporate America sucks. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It like eats people. Like I swear, it is like a living fucking organism, and it eats people. It eats people and it chews them and it spits them out. Yeah, no, and like at the you have to like go through these really fun, like very epic and dynamic set pieces. Like you get sent back to like the beginning of the universe. You see basically this universe's big bang happen, and then you come back, you do all this cool stuff, you actually get to him, and then you hit him once, and you hit him once and he falls over, and he doesn't get back up. And if you keep hitting him, if you just keep hitting him, he makes funny hit noises because he's not dead. But he's like, "No, I've tried, I'm tired, I'm going to fucking bed." And then he like just goes to bed. And that's the boss. That's the boss, and it's really funny. Because like Mighty, he does not even want to be here. Like he's here because he's like doing a job, and he needs the money because it's rent. Yeah, he makes the funny clown noise. He makes like grunt noises as you hit him. Just oh, I'm going to fucking get to sleep now. I'm tired. I need to sleep. And then that's the boss. And then you go. I think either it's after you finish the performance or like right before you go back out and like do like the final performance. And so I have that idea, and that is like a big part of the game, right? I already have that idea. A lot of it comes down to art. The thing is, though, I need to figure out what the circus performance is because that's the crux of the game. That's the center point of the whole situation. Like, what's it about? What do these different things represent? What like colors are they using? Probably all of them, but I'm not sure. They might have a more succinct like color scheme. Um, because they're bigger shapes. Because they're bigger shapes, mostly. That's why I find it easier to draw curly hair. Is because it's like it sequesters itself into bigger general shapes. Whereas like for instance, my hair is very long, but all the hairs are very fine and thin, so they just kind of like go where they want, and it's a lot more complicated. It's a lot more complicated to draw that, and like a lot less fun to draw. Also, ow. God, I saw this. I've been seeing these videos from this lady who does really cool hairstyles. And like one of them, she had two buns on like each side of her head, and because her hair is like so thick, she can like sculpt it. So these buns were shaped like stars. Like they were star-shaped buns. And that's the coolest thing. It's so cool. Okay, and so I'm going to structure. I'm getting noises. Uh, Homestuck troll spotted. Homestuck troll spotted. Um, the highlighting on the hair, unless you're going for like the glossy sort of like rubber look, you might want to use a more like painterly brush for that so that you can like smooth that in while giving it texture. The overall shapes of the hair are nice though. Like the way that it flows. Okay, so I'm just having a thought. Here comes a thought that might alarm you, what someone said and how it harms you. I hate how influential Steven Universe music has been on me as a person because I look back and I go that show wasn't as good as I thought it was when I was like obsessed with it. That makes me sad because I loved Steven Universe. I love that show. Like I think I talked about that on like my very first stream. Uh like a bunch of the cartoons I grew up with. I'm not sure how to feel about the placement of the highlights. I think the placement of the highlights are fine, like on your art. Let's see if I can't find some of the old traditional fan art I did from Steven Universe. Back in middle school, I had my own gem Sona. This was fun fact. This was before I created this character before Emerald showed up in the show, like before the Lars in Space episodes. Uh, and so I made an Emerald. I can't find the art now, but like, I remember liking the design a lot. And like the emerald was completely different from how emeralds are established in their role for Homeworld. I think this was even before Homeworld was really like a big thing in the show. Like I think it was still like season 1 and 2 territory that I drew this this like gem Sona. And I think I want to have the sort of structure of the play sort of consist of like this where there's like a a beginning act. um I think having the whole thing take like be set as a story like an in universe like the play no not the play. I hate plays. I do not like musical plays. Fun fact. Stephen Sondheim is a hack. He's a hack and I don't like him. But no, the circus, I like the circus performance as it takes you all along in this whole world. I think is probably going to have like a 3 act story structure of um, the typical like introduction, build up, climax sort of structure. And so I think the best way to do that with these bosses is to have like 2 here to be the introduction, have like 4 here to be like the main body, sort of like the quest, and then have 2 more as like the climax, and then have like you're in the middle of like the middle bit, and this is where the wizard comes in. This is where you find him. For the first time, and then you go through the thing. And then maybe like 2 bosses later, you find him again. You find him again. He sends you to the Mind Palace, and then that's a ooh. Those are good Peridot. That's a good Peridot and a good Lapis. God, I remember I was obsessed with like Lapidot fan fiction on Wattpad as like back in middle school. Like I specifically fell into like that human Lapis X Peridot fanfic. Where like it was kind of the characters, but it was basically just people telling completely original stories using these characters as like building off points. I fucking love that shit. Like back in middle school. There was one I remember that was like kind of like edgy. Oh, I forgot how cursed one of them were. I wouldn't consider them cursed. At least the ones you've shown, they're good. You know, there was one like Lapidot fan fiction I remember like really liking. This was around the same time when I was reading Sans X Reader fan fiction. So it wasn't exactly a cringe-free time of my life. But like I remember liking it a lot. Like good character arcs, but it was not Lapis and Peridot. Like it was not. It should have just. I feel like it should have just been. Oh, I'm talking about Centaur Unicorn Pearl. Oh, 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 that's awesome. Oh, 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 oh no. Oh, oh no. Oh no, that's awesome. Oh, oh. Like I love that deeply. And I'm sorry to say I love it deeply in the same way that like I love cringe ass fandom stuff so much. Like, there's a reason that I'm researching Undertale so much right now to do that series. Is because I love that shit. Like I love it so much. And I think we need to bring back like that kind of fandom culture because like there's a lot of fandoms now that are just kind of rancid. I want to bring back like fun cringe fandoms. You know? Like they had in the fucking 2010s. Like the 2000s and 2010s. I want to bring that back. Because it feels like a lot of fandoms now are just kind of like gross to deal with. It's like a different kind of cringe that I don't necessarily vibe with. Suffice to say, I fucking love unicorns and Pearl. I I love it so much. It's so bad. I hope that's not insulting, like at all. I really appreciate you sending that because that's funny. That's awesome. That's a nice bismuth. I remember back when like the Bismuth episodes were just airing. I remember Bismuth like was my favorite character for a little bit. And then like the show kept going on and then it continued to be Garnet. My favorite character continued to be Garnet for a bit. And then like I started after that I started liking Peridot more and more. Peridot's nice. I like Peridot. All right. You love that. It's awful. Oh. Also, I love how you hid both hands, but like behind the horse body. even though it doesn't make sense, so it's like an optical illusion. That's awesome. God, I remember talking with one of my friends about like what art I wanted to, or like something I wanted to add to like the whole presentation shit of like the Undertale fandom stuff. And I middle school was a really rough time in my life. So some of the art that I did was like funny middle school edgy. Like you know the art, like the it's edgy but like not actually all that dark. And I did a Gaster art piece where and I think it was genuinely an impressive piece for my like art skills at the time. Right? It wasn't like a shitty bad piece or anything. But like it had like it had I'm okay, but had the okay be like the I'm okay be like white text and have like less visible text make it say I'm broken. And like looking back, that's so fucking edgy and dumb, and it's so funny. It's like so funny, and it was Gaster. It was Gaster with like a bunch of hands, and I want to find it. I want to find it so I can take a picture of it. But like, I don't know where it is. I don't know where I put that art piece. I might have gotten rid of it. Oh, that's a sick piece. That's a nice raven. I actually think that's a raven. That looks like a raven. When I say it looks like a raven, it might be a raven because it could be a crow. Although crows don't have like those more hooked beaks. Their beaks, at least the American crow, are a lot straighter. They have much straighter beaks than ravens do. But, you know, I would love to find that cringe ass middle school art. Like that would be I need to have that as a visual for like the Undertale fandom stuff. Is there's gonna be a whole thing on just fandom Gaster. There's gonna be a whole thing on just fandom Gaster, because God, the fandom loves that fucking mystery man. Also, the fact that we're being given eggs as not only a piece of Easter egg, you know, like oh, it's a funny like game Easter egg. It's funny. It's like a nod that this is a game. Ha ha ha! Funny, funny. Egg and wingdings is I think up, left, left, or like left, up, up, which is like the movement that a knight has on a chessboard. And so the knight is this big figure that we don't know who they are at all. Right? Like we don't know who the knight is because and frankly I don't want to know until it's time. So if somebody like has figured it out, uh like genuinely like don't tell me who the knight is. I'm currently subscribing to the theory that there is no like singular knight and that knight is a role that someone plays. Because, you know, the point of the prophecy is that like, you know, the big Delta Rune prophecy uh is is that like you know, these are the people playing the roles of like the human, the monster, and the prince from the dark. Right? Like it never specifically says that it is always going to be like Chris, Ralsei, and Susie. It just says a human, a monster, and a prince from the dark. And so these are roles that you play in the story. And I think Deltarune is not just about like the relationship between the creator, the audience, and the game, but I also think that Deltarune is a story about stories and like what they mean for people and like escapism in like how people use stories for as escapism and how too much escapism into stories is unhealthy. That's why too many dark fountains will cause the death of the world with the roaring and all that. So that's like my thoughts on it. That I don't think there's one specific knight. I think the knight is a role in the story. So like I don't think Chris opened all of the dark fountains. I just think that they are the knight for this one fountain. Like for chapter 3. Right? Like for me, that makes the most thematic sense for like the story that is unfolding in front of us right now. Water. Okay, so there we go. Alright, hold on, let me look at more of your art. The face of that orc is nice. The body is a little flat. I know you're like showing old. I know you're showing old art, so this criticism doesn't necessarily apply. But I do enjoy giving criticism. But like constructive criticism. I don't like being mean and being like, oh, this sucks and it's bad and I hate it. I like being like, all right, this is what works, this is what doesn't work. Maybe make it less of this or like make something more of this. Oh, that's an that the Posca the Posca marker piece, the human being that you sent. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty nice piece. The head and the neck are very good. You're definitely quite a good artist. I will say. God, I scrolled back up. I scrolled back up a little bit to the to the fucking Pearl Centaur unicorn. Oh. I love it so much. Like genuinely. Oh. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so Wizard shows up there. Wizard shows up there. And then like after two more bosses, the final like thing with a wizard. I'm also going through like how to structure this game plus like concept art because I think that wizard because I feel like going into the structure of like how I want the game to go helps figure out what the bosses should look like. So like first first boss here plus like whatever the main villain of specifically like inside of this like big circus performance. Like even if it's not a villain, like what sort of antagonistic force is happening will probably be introduced at the beginning too. And then that sort of goes, and then that sort of like traverses through the entirety of like the performance. So we have, let me fix that a little bit. There we go. Oh god, I just remembered something. So let me look at what you said real quick, and then I'll say. Ah, it's Snans the skeleton. There he is, wearing a tie, wearing a suit jacket and a tie. Very nice. The face of that Luffy is pretty nice. That's a pretty nice Luffy. Also, I think that Brook is very funny because the skull just kind of looks like a skull rather than like a caricaturized head. Here we go. You wanna know what's awesome about those bots? About those stupid ass fucking bots? I drew a lot of skulls, but skulls are very fun to draw. They're like one of my favorite things to draw in general. You know, the funny thing about those fucking like cheap viewers bots is that they don't pop up on my viewer count. They don't like count as people, even though they're accounts, which is super fun. Alright, but yeah, no. So it starts here. This is the boss that I want to focus on, and I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of like what in this whole performance the main draw of it is. So my favorite my favorite Cirque du Soleil performance right now is Curio's Cabinet of Oddities. Or like there's no main antagonist, but there's sort of a driving narrative force where the main like clown guy, he's a character clown, even though he's not like a, you know, big red honkin' nose like clown. He's a clown, and he's a very good one. And like he's going around these different worlds, like basically dimension hopping to get stuff for his cabinet of curiosities, for like his device. And like you get to see like these little. Yo, thanks for the follow. I heard the follow noise. Holy shit, it's Potato Jeremy. Yo, how's it going? How's it going right now? I'm working on like trying to figure out the structure of my game. Also, sorry for the delay. I saw the notification when it happened, and the stream has a little bit of a delay. Whoopsies. But yeah, no, like how you doing? Yeah, I'm talking about wizard shit. This is the main villain of the fucking game. Your rival. So So Brennan, for context, Potato Jeremy is one of my friends, and we're gonna be like we're figuring out some stream stuff to sort of have like a funny collab stream. It's gonna be great. I worked on his PNG tuber model. Which which Potato Jeremy, am I allowed to show it on stream, or do you want it to be like a super surprise? Because you have all your accounts set up, like on Bluesky and such, to have it. You know, it's your profile picture, it's everywhere. But like, is it okay if I show it? Because I'm very happy. I'm very happy with this. It's so dumb. It is like deeply dumb. Let me, but like in like my favorite way. Let me see. P. It's in. Uh, it's labeled after Pete. There it is. There he is. There's Potato Jeremy. There he is. Here's this fuck ass wizard with the "You Tried" star on his head. It's so awesome. It's so sick. I love this. I love this little man. I love him so much. He's perfect. He's fucking perfect. There is no flaws in this little man. Now I will close that. No, I will not save because I made no I made no new things for him. Well, no, I did. I made Gaster Jeremy. And it's not quite accurate to say I haven't done any updates on Potato Jeremy. I made that Gaster Jeremy, which is Potato Jeremy, but is Wing Gaster, the royal scientist. Which I could also show, but I'm not gonna. Oh, I could. Oh, okay. You're allowing me to show that. Yeah. All right. Now it's in G, D, E, F. There it is. There he is. There's Gaster Jeremy. Look at this. He's the man who speaks in hands, I guess. Also, Potato Jeremy. I have this little fun fact I learned. I said it earlier about Deltarune, and this sort of reminded me. So the word egg in Wingdings, I believe, is like left up, which is the fucking chess moves of the knight, and the knight is a major character who I don't want to know about right now, because he does, or it, they, she, whoever, whatever. The knight, I think the knight's not even one person, but like whoever the knight is, they don't matter right now. But like the fact that the egg has the knight chess moves is very funny. Anyways, going back to, I guess I'll reiterate like what I'm planning on for the game structure. So, it's a 3-act structure of like this circus performance you're in, of like, introducing the world that they're setting up in there. Then you go on and go do the main body, and then there's like the climax of the whole thing where everything comes together. That's sort of like the basic idea. 3-act structure, very simple, very nice. I just need to figure out what that means. And then this fuck just kind of shows up. This amazing little bastard who doesn't even want to be here. Doesn't even want to be here, man. Like, you see him just out in the concession stand. He sends you to space clown hell before you die. You'll go to hell before you die. And then you like make it out, do a couple more bosses, then you find him again, and then he sends you into your mind palace. He puts you in a fucking coma, and he sends you into your mind palace, and you have to escape your fucking mind palace. And then you do the climax of the whole like circus performance, with like two more bosses, and then you fight this bastard, and it's really hard to get to him. But once you get to him, it's just you hit him once, and he's down with like a funny a funny noise, like a funny honking noise. And like squeaking noises, and if you keep hitting him, he makes funny noises. Have a mind palace is bigger than a mind mansion. You see, a mind palace implies that you're mind royalty, whereas a mind palace, or not a mind palace, a mind mansion, just means that you're mind rich. It just means you're mind rich, and that's all that means. And people who are mind rich ain't worth shit. People who are just rich. Behold my mind empire. Behold. I don't know what that art you just sent is. That looks like a leg to me. Does that mean Gnome Wizard squeaks like a squeaky toy? Yes. Yes, it does. Also, Gremlin, love those skulls you sent. Love those skulls you sent in the Discord. Very good. There's one in particular that I like a lot. Like that like more accurate one is very nice. I only care about money. Arm and part of the chest. Okay. So I was like, all right, that's clearly a leg, and that goes to some sort of dinosaur. Alright, you just sent a dash. That's kind of funny. Yeah, no, it's very nice. I thought it was like, alright, that's a leg. That means that it's part of a dinosaur. You reminded me by like sending the I used to draw dragons all the time. I still kind of do, but I draw like more other stuff now. Your keyboard fell down. Alright, fair enough. I will send you a dash so that you can run away. I do not want to deal with you. Go to space hell. I don't give a fuck about royalty. I only care about that fucking green, baby. I only care about that fucking green, that dough, that dosh, that fucking cheddar. That's the potato Jeremy way. Okay, also fun fact about this game, and something I really want to do for this, is I want to have my funny fucking rabbit dude that you see me wearing the suit of in the PNG tuber to be in this game. I don't know if he's gonna be a boss yet, but I want him to be in this game. He's the guy running the circus. He's the guy running this whole thing. So maybe he will be a boss, or maybe he won't be. I don't know yet. But like, actually, no. Like when I say run the circus, I mean more like a ringleader. I imagine more like a ringleader for this. So like I don't know, it'd be funny if he was like the main antagonist of the circus performance, while not being like, the actual main antagonist of the game, which would be the wizard. And like, you face off against him. It's a big show with very, very like dramatic with a lot of phases, very fun, very, very cool, a bunch of funny contraptions and all that. But at the end of the day, it's just a performance. And like, I don't know, it would be funny if you do like that final thing with like the performance, and then you like go off stage because it's the end of the show. You do your like final big thing, and then it ends, and then you go off to like live your life, maybe prepare for start getting things shut down to like move on to the next thing, the next place. And then the fucking wizard shows up again. That this fucking wizard, that this fucking bird that I hate. Well, that's an interesting piece. The one where it looks like there's the guy behind bars. That's really fascinating. That's good value work. That's very good value work. I might show some of this stuff in editing. He's not a true wizard, he's a mage. Uh, uh, no, I'd say you're both. I'd say you're both true wizards, because mages have to follow rules and logic when it comes to casting spells. Well, like wizards just sort of pull on the magic and have it do whatever the fuck they want it to. You should know this. You should know this. You're versed in casting spells. Oh, that one's actually made in a. Oh, oh, that's interesting. So that's a. Oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna be real. I've seen a lot of good art from you. I think that it's that uh the man behind bars is like my favorite. I think is my favorite piece of yours that you have sent to me like so far. It's very nice. What do you know about the art of magics? Listen, man. Listen, man. I'm a funny little like tentacle guy that came here from beyond time and space. Right? Like I don't know. I'm not super versed on magic, but like I don't know. I don't know. I'm from beyond time and space. It's fine. Oh shit! You found a comic you drew for art club. Shit. Oh shit! Did you like cut out the like speech bubbles? Like you cut them out on separate pieces of paper and then glued them on. Well, that's fun. Again, I need to find like my old like middle school and earlier art, because some of that stuff is like cringe in the best way. It's like really funny cringe. Okay, so the first one, I need to get some Cirque du Soleil costumes. Cirque du Soleil costumes. Yeah, Cirque du Soleil does some like amazing, elaborate shit. Like they are on point. They are the redeeming quality of Quebec. I mean, them and Postra, them and the streamer Postra. I love Postra's stuff. It's very good. There was an entire stream like they did a stream with a bunch of their friends, where like two of them played Statler and Waldorf, and we're just like heckling the entire time, like heckling the game the entire time. It was awesome. All right, let's see. I am looking for some costume reference. Curious. Cabinet of Curiosities. Costumes. Some of these costumes, like most of these costumes, wouldn't fit the aesthetic I'm going for. So I might not go for uh, Curious Cabinet of Curiosities. But like I like it a lot. I'll probably like I'll still show an image. Let me find a good image. Circus costumes are the best, man. Look how silly and goofy they are. This is supposed to be like a person's like big mechanical belly, and there's just like a little person in there. Oh, there's a little person that in there that like comes out later and does like some operatic singing. It's very fun. Is my shit still working? Yes. Okay. My cat wanted in and somebody let her in.
Hi. James, how are you?
Let me see your art some more. With the images of the soldiers. Oh, you do photography. Right. God, the lighting is so good.
Growing up or what?
Sometimes my cat just circles me like a little vulture.
She just wants attention. Unlike Gracie,
Penelope here doesn't want my food because she's cool and awesome.
hi.
There we go. Taken in the school studio. God, the lighting on the one on the right is so good. Ooh. Ooh, so good. Oh, those are so cool. I'm probably not gonna put those on stream for the sake of those people's privacy. But like those are such good photographs. I know, I love you dearly. I need to have my hand for using my mouse. You know, the beauty of being left-handed is I can control things with my mouse and my stylus at the same time. So I found like a lot of times I'm very dynamic. Oh, that's such a good duck photo. Oh, that water is so pretty. I do not care about a duck's privacy. Ducks do not need privacy, so I will be sharing that on in the VOD. I will be editing this. But mostly the reason I say that is so when I go through the VOD, I remember like, oh yeah, I did say I was gonna do that. There's some I forgot to though. There's some VODs I forgot to do that for, and it's a shame. Let me see. God, those are so pretty. God, those are such pretty trees. I like them a lot. All right, so okay, so I want to take the idea of like going to different, like a scenario of going to different worlds, like somebody traveling through different realities to these like fantastical places, right? Like that's an idea I like from Cabinet of Curiosities. That's something I want to take. That's something I want to take from it. So what I'm gonna do. Hi, I love you dearly. I know you want my attention. Yeah, I know you want my attention and you're getting it. And you're getting my attention. I just need my hand free. Thank you. This one was taken on film and developed in my. Ooh. Oh, the contrast is so pretty. That's a very nice pine. I have a friend who I haven't been in touch with for a while, like a while, that does photography, and like they also do photography on film. It's quite good. Okay, so if the premise is that we're going two different like fantastical realities, I don't know if I want to figure out like 8 realities necessarily. I don't know if I want to figure out 8 of them, but 6, like doing 6, or like 4, 5, or 6. Like that feels like a better number to me. That feels like a much better number to me. 4 would let me get another color, maybe green, to make this a Goker visual. So like let's say there was like funny reality, one funny reality, another, and then like 2 others, right? To make like 4. Right, that feels pretty reasonable. That allows to like expand the ideas more. What could also be done if I do like this is to have like one like this, one that goes like through 2 bosses, then like this is actually going to 2 bosses. 2 bosses here. It's just I did this whole visual weird. And then another like 2 bosses and then 1. Right? Like I could do that so that it's 1 2 2 1, or 1 2 2 2 1, so that would be 5. Right? Like 5 worlds. Or how am I gonna visualize 6? How am I gonna visualize 6 funny worlds? 6 funny words that are silly out of like 8. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I could do that. I think 5. I think 5 is actually a pretty nice number. I kind of like the idea of going with 5. So I'm going to. Okay, so 3 acts. Like three main acts, 5 worlds. Having like an introductory one, having one that's like this, having another one here. In what ways are they silly or funny? Okay, so I'll give sort of context for in the reference of like Cirque du Soleil's Cabinet of Curiosities. So there's this big like steampunk world where it's really fun and cool, and the characters are super exaggerated, and they're trying to find something. Like the Kurio is trying to find something, and there's another world where it shows a bunch of like dinner guests trying to do more and more elaborate stunts to sort of get one up on the others. And there's one like balancing guy, like his whole thing is balancing on higher and higher like stacks of stuff. The dude doing that is really hot, by the way, but that's a side note. That's not the reason I like him so much. It's just a bonus. Then there's another one where it's people performing with their hands, like their hands are actors projected up onto like a big like a hot air balloon. And like at one point, this person is doing like breakdancing with the hand, and you see Kurio the clown going around and like setting up all these different scenarios for the hands in the background while like collecting his thing. And then there's another one where they have like a chitty chitty bang bang ass like flying device being powered by like a hand drill spinning a plank around like it's a propeller, and they're flying around like weird, silly, exaggerated, absurd scenarios like that sort of deal.
Don't bite me.
Don't bite me, please. Potato Jeremy, get out of my house and stop biting me. Why are you biting me? You're gonna infect me with your your like Potato Jeremy style lycanthropy. Do you want what happened to Tomato Joseph to happen again? You remember how badly that ended, right? Like you gotta remember. You gotta remember. You remember I had to take his skin, right? Like you remember this. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Still, if you keep biting me, I will have to take your skin. I will have to peel potato. Three, 4, 5. There we go. Make this more apparent. Yeah, rip Tomato Joseph, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying rip to him like he's dead. He's still alive. He just doesn't have his skin anymore. You know, he asked for too much and couldn't like deliver. So like I had to take his skin. Oh God, those sunsets are so pretty. All right, that one just looks like a Silent Hill ass image. He was a broke bitch with a death wish. He shouldn't have made a deal with me. He should. That's like Warlock 101. You don't get into a deal with a patron unless you can complete the transaction. I had to take his skin. I had to. It was. What was I gonna do? Not take his skin? God, but yeah, no, that photograph is very nice. It's kind of spooky. It feels very Silent Hill because of the fog. And then there's the wizard. I'm gonna have this visualized by this cyan wizard. There we go. I've got no sympathy for warlocks. Whoa, buddy, you fucked for your magic? Hey, who did you fuck to get Fireball? Fucking you are, mom. Well played. You know, that reminds me of the stupid ass Undertale meme of just human. I remember you are genocides. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Minor spelling mistake. I win. I didn't blast. Man, that's what happens when you ponder your orbs too close to the sun. You gotta stop doing that. You need to stay at least within a healthy orbit. What? About what? Needing to you shouldn't ponder your orb too close to the sun. Your orbs, your balls, man. You shouldn't ponder your orbs too close to the sun. I'm implying that you were you're a master debater. You're a master at debating. Please stop clawing my hand. You're very sweet. God, do you remember that cartoon that just like evil wizard, like that was the entire theme song of somebody saying evil wizard just over and over again. I'm imagining it now. I miss evil wizard. He died like a bitch though. Oh, you don't? Shit. God, that's also a pretty sunrise. Yeah, no wonder that was your phone background, Gremlin. That's a very pretty picture. All right, there we go. Okay, so wizard. There we go. Now I need to actually focus on this guy or girl or NB. I don't know, this individual. I need to focus on this individual right here. Erase that. There we go. Hold on, Potato Jeremy. Let me send you evil wizard. Evil wizard. Show intro. It's evil wizard from Uncle Grandpa. I am sending it to you. Behold, evil wizard. Behold him and enjoy. I hope one day you partake in evil wizard just as I. Okay, I think having the character be tall. I want to draw tall and lanky. I think is what I want to draw. I think I want to draw tall and lanky. Like having a really tall and lanky acrobat doing like really fun fun swinging movements and all those sorts of things, like have while having their limbs flail around as attacks. It sounds super fun. Remember, Jeremy. Remember, Jeremy, it's important that the wizard is evil. Alright. Evil wizard. Right. Yeah, if I do that, then have a couple more muscles going down like that. There we go. And then I can have shoulders. There we are. I am currently aware that the VOD for this week is technically not up yet, but it is done. I just need to upload it, so I'll do that once I am done here. It's just I need to make enough progress on this boss that I can go to my music guys and go, here's the boss, here's his deal, have it follow the vibe, but there we go. I need to figure out how to open up PNG Tuber model commissions. I need to set up a PayPal because like that's something I want to do is start taking on commissions. That's that sounds fun and uh also money. No, I'm not saying you're an evil wizard. I'm saying that it would be you should partake in evil wizard. Much like somebody partakes in a good wine. Or how this wizard partakes in cheap boxed white wine and then sleeps in the box because he's tiny. Shape. I think this person having an alfalfa ass cap like this makes sense. One, because it's a reference to Cirque du Soleil, where there are like a couple of there's like an acrobat duo where these like two dudes are wearing these like funny like tight round caps with like a little point on top like that, and I rather like the look. I think the look is very pleasant. And maybe like a big honking round nose, maybe a Seuss ass, like a Dr. Seuss ass head shape. No, that makes him look like a penis. I'd rather not the acrobat look like a penis. That's not that's not a character shape. Actually, let me completely undo this so that I can do a funny A pose. Oh, that's a really pretty photograph. I like those. I like the eye. They'll make him more penis like I. This 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 game is meant to technically be for all ages. Technically, I'll I'll make a penis acrobat in another project. Doing like sick ass trapeze shit on a penis. Very funny. Also, Potato Jeremy, you missed the part of stream earlier where Gremlin and I were talking about how Plato loved big, buff, oiled up men. Are you telling me small boys don't find penises funny? True, true, but I'm talking more about the censors, not the censors, the like the rating people. Because if I want this game released like anywhere like Steam or consoles eventually, I need to get an ESRB rating. The ESRB ratings are very tedious. Like actually getting the rating only takes like a week or so apparently. And the reason I know that is because I'm following the release of Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 the best I can. With like all the publicly released information. Like, you know, staying away from leaks. Right? Like, I want to stay away from leaks. But like, ooh, I see you made a meme. Let me see it. Let me see the meme. That's a long ass line. That is that's a very neat and tidy line for a high school. I guess I'm biased because high schools here are not that neat or tidy, and lines are not that neat or tidy. The fucking line. My God. That's, that looks like the kind of line you'd find at like a convention. You know, people trying to get in like, yes, I bought my way into going to this convention. Yes, yes. Yeah, no, I know. I know you did. Oh God, that fucking school, man. I almost just like doxed which school I went to on accident. Yeesh, that would have been not too bad. I don't really care. I already tell people that I live in Oregon. So like, that narrows it down, but like God. Ah, it's photoshopped. I didn't notice. Yeah, listen, Potato Jeremy. I am so sorry you had to deal with that school. It wasn't too bad. By the way, you got out before it got worse. I hope you know that. So to feel good about that, you got out at not the worst time. God, that line reminds me of like I don't even know if it's a meme. Is it a meme if it's true? About like just British people loving to line up for shit. They cannot get enough of queuing up. Like they see a few people standing in a place and then suddenly just bam, they're in a fucking line. All right, now my cat is off of my lap, so I can now sit more comfortably. There we go. What should this person's eyes be like? Oh, my leg's waking up. Goodness gracious. The excruciating pain I'm in. Oh, what would be funny? Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Look at this little goofy ass. Oh, there we go. You want out? Living Adams. Yeah. Yes, Smurf ass motherfucker. Greg Heffley from the front looking ass. Let me see. I saw a couple more things go out. I was about to say, oh, a light fury, but then I noticed that it has like Toothless's head nobules. Oh God, that long exposure of a constellation. Oh, that's pretty. Okay. Is that Ursus Major? Is that major or minor? I'm thinking it's Ursus Major. Ah, fair enough. But I'm still thinking about that fucking How to Train Your Dragon like series rewrite. I want it. Oh, oh! I widened this to thin out the lines. And, oh, oh! He wants to kill. That's the Big Dipper, not the entirety of Versus Major. Yeah, fair enough. That is such a pretty picture. I love that long exposure. It's so good. God, just like the soulless, like no thoughts, head empty stare of this man. Oh, oh, he will fight you. I'll tell you though, drawing like clowns and circus people has really stopped me from having same face syndrome. Yeah, having like this acrobat guy, and I'm imagining this like this world that they're setting up in like in their performance. It's like some sort of like big jungle world where like you're swinging on vines, you're doing a bunch of acrobatic stuff on like branches and that sort of thing. And you have to fight this dude. You got very lucky. Those colors are extremely satisfying. Oh, is that what those like really faint red are? Is that what the faint like red is? Sorry, I forgot my own language for a moment. Pardon me on that. God, that's so pretty. God, imagining somebody with this face being like, somebody with this face being a boss is like deeply funny to me. Oh, oh. The more I'm drawing, the more like gold I'm sifting out of this fucking river of imagination. This fucking wellspring. You want in again? Hi. The red and blue and purple stars are mostly too weak to see with the human eye. I think the staticky red part might be a nebula or gas clouds. I love nebulas. I love them so much. Do you want on my lap again? Hi. Too deep into the infrared. Oh, alright. A cat is once again in my lap. Oh, those flowers are so pretty. I like those buildings. Those kinds of buildings are my favorite. I wish we had more of them. We have some. We have some here. Like in this exact location. But like there's not enough here. Like those like 3 or 4 story buildings where there's like shop space underneath. Those are my favorite buildings. I prefer those a lot to like apartment complexes and single family zoning and like big fucking box stores with big ass parking lots that you could fit entire neighborhoods into, or like entire train stations plus part of a neighborhood. And then like you could, even if you keep that big box store, you could have it be like the center of a fucking like entire, like you could have actual stuff around it instead of just like fucking nothing but black asphalt and death around you. You know, you could have a bunch of green space, a bunch of walkable paths, that kind of thing. God, I love this doofus. I might add a little bit of a chin, though. Oh no, the head needs to stay like, like concerningly round. Oh god. I got rid of that and just there. There we go. And my cat is standing up and not getting off. You want to stay on or get on? Hmm? The building on the left is actually a small shopping mall. Oh, I see. You see, that's what I want. I want more walking streets in U.S. cities. Portland's getting them. Portland over to my west is getting some, which is nice. Plus more cycling paths and pedestrian shit, which is really good. And people still think like it being a shithole in 2020 means that it's still just as much of a shithole, even though it's been improving a lot. Anyway, and like I don't know, I'm not getting a lot of that stuff yet, but I'm happy that it's happening. But I wish that we got here like some walking streets. Uh, they have like Japanese consoles and Japanese arcade machines, which only took yen. Wow, God, those are such pretty buildings. I don't know how to describe it, but I like that painting that you just sent. It's very nice. I just realized that this entire time I had this dude on close up. I won't have him on close up this time. Hands, very good. Those knuckles are pretty accurate as far as I can tell.
Oh no, my hands are a little funky. There you go. Oh, it's actually India ink. Oh, it's very pretty, regardless. Speaking of art pieces, I'm not gonna show it because I don't have a picture of it. But yesterday was my grandpa's birthday, and I made him a physical art piece of Festus Hagen from Gunsmoke, which is like this old western that we both really like. It's a piece of him singing a banjo, and half of the piece is in color and half of it's in black and white. Because the actor was a singer. Like in real life, he was a very accomplished singer. At the time, and the character was on during the transition between like black and white TVs and colored TVs. And it turns out he liked it so much that now it's hanging on his wall. He framed it. And that makes me I'm so glad that he liked it cuz I kind of drew it last minute. By the way, Potato Jeremy, I see your back here. What are your thoughts on this this individual? I don't know how to describe this person any more than just this is an individual. There's something deeply satisfying about this like face design, and I don't know why. It's just like deeply satisfying and funny. He eats glue. Looks like he eats glue and shits horses. How does someone do how do you do that? God, there's something Gremlin, there's something special about analog film that I am quite fond of. Like there's just a certain like graininess to it. There's like just a certain analog film texture that I like a lot because of like how the light like exposes it. None of my business. Well, I guess you're right. I walk away dejected, kicking the can down the road. Man, I got reminded just by speaking. Well, like, can I just say that just like general American accent is kind of mid. It's a kind of mid accent. Uh, there are a bunch of other U.S. accents that are all and like in the Americas in general, not just like the U.S. I mean, although yes, in the U.S. that just sound better than just like hello, hello, greetings. I would like a cheeseburger. Like you gotta love some of that Southern drawl, right? You gotta love some of that. So good. I'm a bit biased because it's reasons. I'm very biased, but also like different accents from New England and like the New York, New Jersey, like Pennsylvania area are also pretty nice. The SoCal accent can burn in hell, frankly. Like as far as accents go, but like that's none of my business. Northern California, like, San Francisco area, sort of, Bay Area sort of accents are okay. It's mostly just like general American over there. I see. The God Emperor of mankind is there. You made those cheekbones strong. He could fly with those. I see you've made a tentacle creature. Hey, I think I know that guy. He owes me like $5. God, I'm imagining this guy. I'm imagining this guy in like the in like a monkey onesie outfit. Like, hold on. God, that's such a grainy fucking image. There we go. That's slightly better. That's slightly better. This fucking image. It's like a kid. There's just like a kid in the Apple store, just like in a monkey onesie, just fucking chilling. Then you get rid of a couple, two, three tabs. I see. Fun fact: I might be coming down with something, maybe the flu, but it's taking a while to actually start kicking my ass. Something about this dude. Something about this dude wearing like a similar outfit to like that kid in the Apple store is so funny to me. Obviously, like played up more for performance. Like obviously, it wouldn't just be like that. And that first one's beak is a little off, I think. The other ones are very nice. The second one is is pretty dynamic. I think the only issue with it is really like that one wing. The third one though, that's just a little guy chilling. That's just a little guy chilling. It's very nice. Yeah, this gay ass monkey. It's the gay little monkey. The gay little kid. It's the fucking stance. That stance that kid had in that store is like so powerful.
Another boss I want to do. I forget their names, but they're like those two like it's like that clown duo from it's that clown duo from Brazil. That engineer showed me that one time. I'll go back through the footage. I'll go back through the videos and go, "Oh yes, here's the characters' names," because I don't remember. But like those two doing like a duo act would be pretty fun. Like as a boss for this. I did also say I would try and make them into a boss. Actually, I think I should add like a bit of a Th- this looks like this face looks like a blobfish's more powerful cousin. All right, that's fair. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Probably once I do a little bit more on this, I'm probably gonna end stream, but not yet. Not yet. I feel like I'm kind of on a roll. I just had the idea of doing like a funny like narrator, but like I don't know if that would work. I kind of want some of this to be I want a lot of stuff to be diegetic. So like the voice could be people be like setting up the scene of the whole situation, but like, you know, it would also work if they weren't doing that. You know, like that would also make sense. Um yeah, that would also make sense. However, it would also be interesting just to not do that and have no narrator. I think unintentionally a major like inspiration for this is Cuphead, even though I've never played a fucking lick of Cuphead. Like just like by pure accident Cuphead is making his way in. He is cupping his way in. Make the thighs thicker by a bit and thicker differently. The fact that he's kind of buff makes it even funnier. Yeah, oh my god! Oh my god! Be careful, SpongeBob! Be careful, he's SpongeBobbing this way! He's Cupheading his way in! Oh my god! There we go. If I have knees right there, have a little bit of that, and a bit more of that, because the curve goes like that and then that. Yeah, Cuphead has breached containment. I remember people being obsessed with that game, and then they sort of just stopped. Or like not stopped, but like it stopped entering uh my area of the internet. We need fucking like we need pre-pandemic levels of like our like style of cringe fandom again. I feel like it's good for our global society.
If he's not down here in hell with me, then he's not dead. True. I love that because I'm doing like I figured it would be a good idea to do like A-frame poses for things before I do like actual drawings of them. Besides him, this man's design is already perfect. He's already perfect. Oh, okay, see you, Gremlin. It was wonderful to have you on stream. Have a good day at work. By the way, Tomato Jeremy. This concept art is just what I do on Thursdays. So once you come on, uh, I'm probably still gonna be doing like art for the game, but you'll be able to speak and give direct input, and it'll be very silly and funny. Because the big like weird projects are on Sundays. Uh, Sundays are variety streams where I do stuff like I'm feeling like this today. And so that's why, like, the Undertale shit is gonna be on a Sunday. Or, like, on Sundays, sorry, rather, not singular. Is because that's when I do a bunch of different stuff. Here's something I brought up before. Here's something I brought up before. I've drawn a lot of shoes. I'm good at drawing shoes now because I've been practicing. I need to practice drawing feet. I need to practice drawing like feet because I'm nowhere near as good at drawing them as shoes. The problem is I don't like drawing them. They're not difficult to draw, they just aren't fun for me. And so it's one of those things where I have to like buckle down and just kind of do it, even if I'm not like all that a fan of doing so. All right, I drew the arms too small, so I'm gonna have to do something kind of like that. Shift, make a bit larger, move back up. Not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious if he was incredibly tall. Like imagine a 7-foot dude that has this face. Right? Like 7.5, like tall. Like he's staring down at you like like this. Like he's excited to tell you at 3 a.m. that he threw up. Like, hey, guess what? Guess what? I threw up. Oh, I need the zesty I need the zesty kid in the eye in the Apple Store image again. Hold on.
There it is. The fucking image is awesome. Uh, I'm probably. Oh, you know what would be also interesting? To have this be more like the idea of this world that they're painting in this performance is like a colder place, so that I can have this motherfucker dressed up as a macaque, and that could transition into like a mountain climb in like the latter half of the bit. This might not be okay. Now I'm imagining this not being the first boss, and I feel like having this be the first boss was the point. Like that was the point of drawing this, but I think maybe having this be the second boss would make more sense. God, this fucking image. Okay, people are using drills outside of my room. Alright, so here we go. There is something deeply upsetting about this about this character. There's something like deeply unsettling. There is something wrong here. Actually, let me look at a macaque real quick. He knows things. He knows things and he's not telling. Give me the fluffiest fucking macaque. Give me the motherfucking the fluffiest Japanese macaque in the world, man. I need it. There we are. That is such a small fucking image. There we go. This, this individual knows way, way too much. And that's a problem. Oh my god, I started drawing on the wrong layer. Oh boy, good thing I didn't do anything consequential. Wrong layer, Kronk. Wrong layer. There we go. You have been fixed. Your penis gone. Hey, Potato Jeremy, your little Jeremy's gone now. I stoled in it.
Soup. Makes a good stock for soup. Okay, I might need to get rid of this hat. Ooh, monkey noises as I ooh, ah, ah. I keep the hat. I keep the hat and have the hair do something like this. That's right, baby. A funny macaque. Am I making it harder on myself by having to do hair stuff? Yes. Yes, next question. Oh, I am so happy. Oh, this makes me so happy. This motherfucker is so goofy. This is a goofy hell. Have you noticed that people started off saying ah as a censorship of ass? They did it as a censorship of ass, and then all of a sudden, like, they use it for as also? Like goofy hell. Would not be goofy ass hell. I don't know why Goofy's ass is in hell. What did it do? Did it go psycho or something? Was this the day that Goofy's ass went psycho? But no, like they're using it for as now. Like Goofy as hell, and I don't quite get why. I don't quite get why, but it's a thing that's happening. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, what am I doing? What am I doing and why is it awesome? Okay, so this still needs to be mostly like no fur for the sake of like acrobatics and flexibility, because like big honking bits of fur like this everywhere can sort of get in the way, but they do need to be in key places. They need to be in key place. Also, I think this This dude's costume has the big red macaque ass. Hi, my name's Arthur Morgan, and welcome back to Jackass. Um, because like it's funny. It's funny, and of course it would be on like a clown design, right? So naturally there'd be some like this, but not in the joint, because if it was in the joint, it would mess up flexibility. The arms wouldn't be able to move like fully. It would just be a big issue. So what if I did that and also, fun fact, giving somebody a monkey costume and making it so that it's not a racist stereotype is very easy. Looks at all the fucking designs I saw on Twitter before it got like really shitty. Like even more shitty because Musk bought it. It's really easy to give somebody like a monkey design and not have it be racist. Right? This just looks like a guy. A really stupid ass guy, but that's just a guy. There we go. Let's see how. Yeah, that's coming together. That's coming together kind of funky. What if I had like a big like fluffy thing on top of the hat like that? Not feeling that. I want something on top of this point though. So what if I did just like a big ball? What if I had this just be a ball? A very swishy ball. Arm Pit? Yeah, sure, I can give Pit a gun or something. Okay, what does this look like? Hmm. This is what happens when Greg Heffley looks right at you, by the way. This is what he looks like, if you even care. I don't know why I said if you even care, because I meant that as like the funny meme. This ain't Manny. This is Manny. That's what Manny looks like. This is fucking Greg. God, God, Potato Jeremy. I need to send you an art piece later once I'm done with stream in a bit that like Gremlin made and showed me. It's like some fucking like really old Steven Universe fan art that they did. It's so fucked. It's awesome. It's like it's so bad, but like in the best way. I I need you to see it. Oh my god. I need you to see it and I need to know your reaction. You know, I decided on shoes before I decided on the character wearing a monkey costume. So I might have to I might have to draw toes. I don't want to draw toes. I'm gonna draw toes. There we go, I'm drawing toes. I'm drawing like sketch of monkey toe. But like these are shoes that have monkey toe. So like it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, I think, but still. I have to use that and then have. You know, the reason I'm doing a lot of my ideas stuff with like while I'm doing art is because the art is how I formulate the ideas. That's how I get them all out of my brain. I can't write down ideas this efficiently. It's like, okay, here's this thing and this thing and this thing, and maybe like he's in this environment, so maybe I'll do it like this monkey. And like I'm thinking about the encounter in my brain, the funny brain encounter of like how how story wise it's gonna work, because I'm not at mechanics yet. Like I'm working on the mechanics of another game on Sundays right now, so that I can actually like learn programming before I get onto this project, which is a lot more ambitious. It's just right now I'm focusing a lot on like right now on Thursdays I'm figuring a lot right now about like the whole world, the character designs, the concepts, you know, everything. You know, how the game's going to be structured. Have you ever thought about how Mrs. Simeon from Amazing World of Gumball is a Japanese macaque, and that the top of her head looks like Mount Fuji? Because I just remembered that. Yeah, that's why she has like that like blood red ass. Is because she's a Japanese macaque and her bald head is Mount Fuji. That's right. Mrs. Simeon isn't white. She's a macaque. The beautiful part of streaming, fun facts. And from what it sounds like, you're like wanting to start too, just in general. Uh, I've been a lot faster on the draw when it comes to like speaking lately. I can respond to jokes faster. I can be in conversations faster because I'm talking all the time, and the neurons are being connected in my brain of like talking, and it's really helping with like my public speaking skills. Also, I don't think I've ever like talked this fast consistently in my entire life before, and it's quite good. It's quite good. It's also been helping my drawing skills a lot, but that's just because I've been doing art on stream. Like you know, consistently drawing at least 2 times a week for every single week for like months now is going to improve your like for obvious reasons of practice. It's going to improve your art. Also, I've been getting pretty decent at video editing uh lately because I've been or decent compared. I mean, compared. Not like an absolute like I'm not absolute okay at it, but like I'm getting a lot of practice and I'm able to whip like minimally edited VODs out in a relatively consistent schedule because I'm doing three edited videos a week every single week. So I can feel myself getting faster. I'm definitely learning a lot of skills, which is awesome. And so like if you ever decide to stream, uh that's not a bad reason to do so. So like I definitely feel no when I say I feel like I'm becoming a better person, I mean I'm getting better at being a person, not necessarily being a better person morally. Although I do believe I'm pretty moral, if I do say so myself. It just shows it big flashing arrow full of lights. It's egotist. I find myself pretty moral, I believe. I'm definitely improving a lot as a person, is what I mean. I might I might get I might get rid of this orb. I'm gonna get rid of this hat orb. There's something deeply awesome about this design. It is not where those lines should go. What if what if I did that instead? What does this look like? Do I just need to have that not have detail? Yes, I just kind of need that to not have detail. There's some detail I'm missing though. Like I feel like there's something I feel like this is too empty and I don't know why because they're like it's supposed to be relatively minimal. Plus one, sketch 3. If I lower this down a little more, I find that a lot of times, especially with this like warmer tone background, I sketch a lot with cyan. Uh, I do a lot of sketch work with either like a red or a cyan, and it's definitely helping me a lot with my art to be able to see the different layers like this. I'm going to switch over. Actually, no, I'm just going to reduce the size because the line art for this guy is my sketch brush, so I might just like end up having that be sketch brush. If I yeah, if I lower it down to 8. I forgot to turn the symmetry tool on again. It is very funny. Turn it back on, please. I'm actually gonna yeah, I'm gonna lower it more like that. God, I'm excited to start doing the art for that dating sim game idea that I've sort of forced on you on accident. You see this motherfucker walking towards you. What do you do? By the way, this dude's face is going to be painted red. So he is a highly colorful individual. Shove it up his ass. Why do you think he's? Why do you think he's making this facial expression? You did that. He's like, yeah, yeah. I'd love to talk about that later. I have a couple things I gotta do. Like I do have to upload last week's VOD or like the VOD from last week's stream rather. So like I need to do that first before that. But yeah, I yeah we should probably talk about that because I want to, and it would be good to talk about it. See, there we go. By the way, not by the way, by the time that we do the Undertale series, I'll probably like or split up channels so that like the one I upload to will become like specifically a VOD channel, and then I can have like an edited bit, like a more edited bits channel, and then have the Undertale series go on to that one. You know, I think that would be good. Because that is going to be a long series. That's going to be a very long series. Because let me fucking tell you, man, that the Undertale fandom, the Undertale fandom somehow figured out how to recreate the process that it takes to develop fucking mythology in a culture. And they did it with fucking Undertale AUs. This shit goes deep. This is way too deep. This rabbit hole never fucking ends. There is no Wonderland at the bottom. It just goes on forever. By the way, speaking of rabbit hole, that reminds me, there apparently a new Down the Rabbit Hole video like released just a bit ago. Like maybe a few days, I think. Like after a year of not uploading one, there's just a new one. I don't really know what it's about. I haven't seen it yet, but like I know it's there. I know it exists. Maybe I should have done like this line, maybe. Oh, no. Really? Really? That's Parker Knickerbocker? By the way, what a fucking name. Parker Knickerbocker. Like his name sounds. He is the character with the one name that sounds better with a British accent because it's Parker Knickerbocker. Parker. My boy, I am British Santa. I need you to look after the store. God, I'm so excited for new episodes of Norfolk Wizard Game. By the way, it is confirmed. It's pronounced Norfolk, like Norfolk, Virginia, which is awesome. Like that's what the people that live there pronounce it as, so I'm gonna pronounce it as Norfolk. I don't care if I get demonetized for saying the fuck word. I don't get money from this yet. And I use the starting soon screen so that in the VODs I never curse within the allotted amount of time I need to not curse in at the beginning of a video. I figured out that that's why a lot of people do that. By the way, if you ever decide to like actually go through with starting streaming, I can take care of like all those assets for you. Like, a starting soon screen, a just chatting screen. I already got your PNG tuber taken care of. Yeah, should be fine. Might be a bit of work. I'm currently working on updating my PNG tuber. It's nothing to. It's like nothing to really look at yet. It's just sketches. But like I'm going off of like my current one, and I'm going through. Okay, here's all the individual pieces I want to have move and jiggle and like rotate and bounce and stuff. So it's gonna be a lot more complicated than the one I have now with it, which is just a reactable. Of course, I haven't even done the Tomato Joseph PNG tuber yet, which I need to do. I I need to do it just because it's for the funny. I'm committed to the bit. I'm in a monogamous relationship with the bit. All right. I'll probably still do the Tomato Joseph PNG tuber for like when I pop up on your streams. As you know, I have stolen his skin. It's mine now. I can do with it what I want, including wearing it as a suit. It was all in the contract, you see. You see, he had to perform for an entire week, right? At my funny circus. However, he needed to have it be a full house. Everything filled. He needed to have the entire bleachers filled. It needed to be packed every single day of that week, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't fucking even do that. And so I skinned him because that was a part of the contract. He's still alive and has unfathomable power now, but he has no skin. All right, once I finish up this layer, I'm probably gonna call it because I have to be like, here's the design to like the music people. I God, I somehow stumbled into having an entire. I'm a team lead. Do you think this man could defeat Tomato Joe? Joseph, I certainly have more faith in this man to get his fucking job done, than Tomato Joseph. I'm definitely getting better at hands. I'm like, I'm so happy that I'm actually getting better at hands. Oh my god. Let's see. Yeah, if I adjust that and... No, he should have 3 fingers. He should have 3 fingers so I don't have to mess with drawing a pinky. Man, like I said, I'm thinking of like doing PNG tuber model commissions soon. I just need to set up like PayPal. I don't trust PayPal as far as I could throw it, and I can't throw a fucking app. I can't throw a fucking application. So that is to say I don't trust it at all. However, it's what everyone uses. And so that's what I need to set up to do said commissions. I mean, obviously, because, like, you know, y'all are my friends, I've got to continue to give y'all free shit, like free art. Like, I know I have that, like, 1 year of free art asterisk plus interest thing going on with, I won't say his name here, but you know who I'm talking about. But, like, in all seriousness, I'm just gonna give y'all free art. Just in general, because, like, I don't know, you're my friends. But I will be doing commissions. Commissions are the important thing, because I need money. I need money pretty bad. And once people are in this house are working again, then I'll feel a lot more secure about my place in life right now. Because like I'm very capable at art. Like you can see. Yeah, doing comms is like pretty fun. I'm still thinking about like what the pricing would be like, but I'm sort of narrowing down on a range. Because like obviously it would depend on the complexity of the model. Right? Like for instance, let's how complicated I want mine to be. Right? Would probably be like pretty expensive because that's a lot of art. That's a lot of different art. That's a lot of different layers. It all has to move. I have to get it all in a file. I have to get it all to work because PNG Tuber Plus has a bunch of these layers and jiggle physics and you can animate, like you can have parts like different layers have little bits of animation in it. So like let's say when you're talking, there's like an animation on the mouth. Right? So like there's a lot of complicated stuff I could do with them. and that sort of makes the price like the go like, all right, here's the pricing a little bit difficult. But like I'm getting there, I'm figuring it out, and it's pretty cool. I could do furry porn commissions, right? But I have standards for myself. I have standards for myself, and I'm afraid that people would recognize my art style if I did that plus doing this. And I don't want to have that awkward interaction, so I'm not going to do that. I may have standards, but I'm also true. True, and also when I say I have standards, I have no judgment whatsoever. Have you seen some of that art? It is like some of the best anatomy work I've ever fucking seen out of any artist. It's absurd. It's fucking absurd. That's what happens when you like make a full on like a career that's successful enough to pay your bills on out of something is you get like absurdly good at that thing. Right? Like it's some of the most impressive fucking art I've ever seen. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that for money. The PNG tuber models, like this kind of thing feels like something I want to do. Like commissions for this seems like something I do want to do for money. Because imagine imagine a bunch of people streaming, right? Or like doing videos or whatever they want to do with your like particular PNG tuber. You're seeing your like a bunch of independent audiences are seeing your work through someone else's creative process. And those people are like, "Hey, you're inspiring me to stream. Where do I go find I like your model. Where did you find it?" And then they point to me, and then I get more money. I get more money, and I help inspire more people to do cool shit. That's awesome, and I think people should do. Man, this is what being unmedicated sounds like. Listen, I don't fuck with Walgreens, but that's the only place I can get my prescription for methylphenidate. And I'm worried that the flagging shit will hear meth and go las drogas, and then like smite me down even though I'm talking about Ritalin. But like not Ritalin, but like it's the chemical shit for Ritalin. What would happen if I were to? Okay, this design is giving. Man, since all the shit with TikTok happened, I'm way out of the loop on slang. Because like I don't know how the hell am I supposed to keep in touch with that? YouTube Shorts? I deleted my Instagram account. Like I fully like erased my Instagram. So like I'm not even gonna fucking touch an Instagram reel. So like I don't know how like uncool it is now to say that someone is giving. Listen, I would rather like pull out my eyes with a melon baller than watch a goddamn Instagram reel. It came from the term of like let's say it's like, oh, it's sort of like giving the vibe of, or giving me the feeling of, or it feels, how do I put this? Let's say an outfit reminds you of Iron Man, for instance. You'd say that it's giving Iron Man, right? That's where that came from, I think. As far as I can tell from what I saw, and then people just started saying, "Oh, it's giving," without like saying anything in particular. And then that's sort of like that's a term. It's definitely a term. I hate that I have to focus on these fucking toes. They're not even real toes. They're on a fucking shoe. They're on a fucking shoe. I'm tired of drawing feet. I think humans should just have hooves so that they're easier to fucking draw. Fuck it, human talons are harder to draw, but they're a lot cooler. So like you're right. Just the way that he stands up is awesome. No, he should be the first boss, because like you'd have to go through a whole world and you go up to the fucking world. And then he's the final boss of the first world that you have to get through as part of the funny performance, and then like you beat him, and then you go past, and depending on how well you do. Oh, fun fact, Potato Jeremy. So while I was drawing this last week, I had the idea of like in every stage there's like audience like places for an audience to be, and that audience helps like diegetically show how you're doing in the level. So like the more that these like weird silhouettes are moving up and down, and the like specific sound cue of like more or less like cheering and clapping, uh or maybe on the opposite side, like you start to see that there are places in the audience where there's no silhouette there. Sort of shows like in the level how well you're doing and how entertaining you're being. At least that's an idea I had. Is there somebody trying to get in? No. So like, I really like this idea. It doesn't seem too hard to do. it would run on the same system as like a score system, like Ultra Kill, Devil May Cry, or like even like a ending score, like let's say Battle Block Theater, which is an inspiration. And so like without seeing any numbers or like UI stuff, you could see how well you're doing by how much the audience likes your performance. I really like this design. It's very silly. I'm probably gonna like do like I don't know why I zoomed into that. I was trying to zoom into his doofy ass fucking face. And the reason for that is so that ahead of time I have a screenshot that I can add to my thumbnail for the VOD of this. There we go. Now he'll be staring at people. And so like the idea is because like all the people but besides him, all the people are performers. They're all trying. They basically all want you to succeed, and for you to succeed in a cool way, because that means that they're succeeding too. Hmm. Yeah, I like this. All right, so like I said, I was gonna like finish this layer and then like finish up. So I'm moving back to this screen. Hi, hello. This is what my just chatting screen looks like. I'm very happy with it. I might redo it though to make it look better. Uh, and I'm gonna do my funny ending read. So you're gonna witness what it looks like. Uh, and then once I do that, I'm gonna go do some stuff. I'm gonna send this design to some people, and by some people I mean MacGuffin and engineer. And then I'm gonna go do some other stuff, and then and then we could talk about the fucking dating sim game. But yeah, no. Anyways, I've been Bajongles. You can find me here on Twitch Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at noon Pacific Standard Time. You can also consider following me on my Bluesky and Tumblr at BigBear1. Username Bajongles, same profile picture uh, as on the YouTube and Twitch. Speaking of YouTube, hi YouTube, consider liking and subscribing. And with that, I will catch all y'all on the flip flop. Bye bye.